Yeah, there's that button. There's that button. Yeah, there are some disasters on that ended up buying me somewhere at the last minute, so I had to make sure to do that. All of that is why I normally have Saturday off. But here I am. But now that's out of the way. Greetings everyone all. I'm Menos. Welcome back to my madhouse. How's everything going? Hope everything's well with you all. Hopefully your Saturday is much better. And then Don's Peskin Scorpio, thank you for looking after YouTube's end. And thank you very much. Yeah, speaking of YouTube's end, I figured out how come I wasn't able to pin that one message. Turns out it was about my message pin. Which worked fine for Kick, but not on YouTube's end. Yeah, with my disagreement, with the exception of heinous criminals, no malice intended or encouraged. This is your please behave yourself and don't harass anyone rule all rolled into one. I replaced heinous with horrendous and that worked on YouTube's end. So yeah, YouTube did not like the word heinous for some odd reason. Even though that has been used before. And I'm the channel owner here. Normally the channel owners and moderators are able to bypass most filters, but apparently the word heinous somehow does not bypass any filter. That is very weird to me. But anyway. I mean, all just fits whatever that is. Yeah, that was definitely OBS's fault. But yeah, with all this, tonight we're continuing off from our previous Sanity, as part of this month's of the Sanity check for April. Yeah, I'll repeat that. Tonight's task is the continuation for the Sanity check for April. And it's originally held on Walpurgisnacht, so yes, I will break out the bonfire again. Now that I did have a few topics remaining, but I had to add some new ones. I had to add some new ones that did not make the cut originally. And we will go over that whole list of some of the rest of the dumbest and most disgusting or most wholesome things I managed to run into for April. Definitely with a rule breaker post. And by rule breaker, I mean stuff that is spelled out with right now. And I mean something that's going on right now. That is what I mean there. So with all this to know, after this one, the very next night I'll be celebrating, then I'll have my spring break up until a bit later. So with all that said, hopefully you guys have been holding up fine. It says I'm doing okay. Oh, good. With all that said and done, well, that's and then all fix things here. All fix things here, including this direction here. Yeah, some of the topics are pretty foul, including two of the most disgusting things I ran into. Some just plain dumb, but the rest ended up being pretty funny. And there's multiple wholesome parts at the end. I had to add 2 items, counting not 2 items. Yeah, that was 3 items I ended up adding onto what was left. Especially the breaking news item. So feel free to bear with me. Where's this item here? Yeah, that's this item. No. Yeah, there's that item. Yeah, there was somehow that item. Absolutely no thanks. And yes, I did reset. Yeah, yes, I did reset the. No. I did reset the docket for this part. Yes, for this part. So anything else media-wise I did not deal with. Oh yeah, except for one. Well, I think I may have already put that for part 1, but I managed to. Managed to do what? I managed to. I remember for Brown Star, I managed to get all of a sudden on cargo that goes to +5. Yeah, and I managed to do all that. Yeah, that's still quite a crazy achievement. But I'm still glad I did it nonetheless. Listen, yes, I was looking for that. No, I didn't have them all together. Oh yeah, last time I streamed, I did show everyone that I managed to +5 everyone, but Yozakura. But this time I do have Yozakura. No, it didn't have it in the scan room. I had it here. Yeah, I ended up having it right here. Now I have time to put a picture with everyone together, but yeah. Yeah, that's an actual full team. But I recommend doing that just for fun, but if you're gonna deal with that. But normally if you're dealing with a team, you're either doing 2 buffers and 3 attackers, or 3 buffers and 2 attackers. That's normal for teams in that game, but that team is all attackers. Don't get me wrong, that's still very fun. But you might end up struggling for some serious battles there. That's if you're still dealing with the game. With all that, I did not do too much else, except for prepare for the last few days. It's counting today. Hey, plus the errands I had to deal with. And with all that said and done, with all that said, then we can deal with the foolishness right away. I can deal with the foolishness right away, including something I forgot to deal with, so just hold on a bit. And yes, there was something I forgot at the start of part 1. Especially to a funny incident. Don't get me wrong, that's nobody's fault. Somebody's fault but my own. So just a teensy tiny one. And yes, I'll include that. Yeah. Yeah, pinpoint everything, and we are able to go back in. Yes, I've set the bonfire once again, since this is the continuation of the Walpurgisnacht Sanity check. Which is right over here. There we are. Man's rekindled the bonfire right where we found it. Much just like last time. Except this time I overestimated the queue. Last time I ended up most of the show ended up being just one time. So yeah, definitely this area. Yeah, there is an in memoriam part. And despite it, and can say what you want about this animation studio, but yeah, I just felt absolutely horrible here. Yeah, I actually just felt really horrible here. Yeah, and that's what this situation over here. So UFO Table has revealed that art director Kazuo Ebisawa passed away on April 14th. Funeral saw on April 20th. Yeah, that was it. And that was one of the main art directors for UFO Table. If you dealt with the Fate series a lot, extreme good chances are you've definitely ran into them for a few themes. The works involved for Fate Zero, Fate Stay Night's Unlimited Blade works, which is the first Fate fan I ran into. They also did the Heaven's Feel movies. Kana no Kyokai Kimetsu no Yaiba, that's Demon Slayer in English. Tetsuya and Betty's like Gaia and May other works there. Unquote. So all that may rest in peace. Yeah, that's still quite a tragic loss here. That's why I had to include that there. Even more tragic is that I managed to miss that one last time. And I checked that I did miss that one. So I had to clear the air over there. Here, thank you for bearing with me. No, yeah, for those wondering if I add any other clips, I did not add any this time around. Don't worry. Yeah, Saturdays are normally my errand days. You can tell how much I'll wreck things are already. You can definitely easily tell how much of a wreck things are already for my end. Oh yeah, I didn't sort that one. Oh yeah, that excellent clip. Yes, that's from Tekken Tag Tournament 2, if I recall right. That's if I recall right. Now I'll put this one there. Yeah. Yeah, I even forgot to sort that after last time. Yeah, that's especially after last time. Yeah, now this next one. Next one. Due this being an update, I will have to use Medea here as soon as I stamp this. Do I? Oh yeah. There. I'll say that. Yeah, I will definitely say that. Even then, this is a pretty hard stamp. And that's with all. Where is that? Yeah, and yes, with all this, I will. Yes, this is an update. Yeah, this is an update that is super recent. So I will use this. Yes, this is the rule breaker segment. And yes, this is also breaking news of the breaking news of last time. So please bear with me once the clip actually does show up. Don't know what that. There. That took too long. That took too long to stab everyone. Yeah. Yes, it's about the Mimi Yanagi case. Things got horrifically worse there. How worse? Well, this worse. And yes, this is from, and this one's from last time, just to clarify. More breaking news. Arson now getting arrested by UK police. He was arrested for UK by possession of her own artwork and her own artwork alone. Yeah, this includes commissions that she arranged. And according to bail conditions, she's not forced to only make safe work or she'll violate her bail. Yeah, and they're loose enough. Yeah, and they're definitely loose enough to a point that anything could violate her bail, and she's back in jail. But things are even worse. Yes, this happened to be confirmed to be a close friend of hers. Okay, I guess since it's public, I can say it now. Mimi came to me and Momonaga at first to talk about this because she's our close friend. They took everything. Her documents, her figures, her doujin, her Discord accounts, absolutely everything except for her game account's gone. Yeah, everything digital and physical they had that was taken. Yes, seeds Twitter debates. Brent becoming an adult instinct maybe needs your support now more than ever. So she comes to the US or another place. She's not stuck being able to consume any media or government news from back there. Yes, this stuff 1981 is about. You just did blow out quite a bit, didn't it? You can support Mimi if you wish to, but she unfortunately deleted her Twitter as of this. This is rightfully so, since I did end up seizing it. Yeah, they also forced her to dox herself too. As you saw from last part. So this is a... Things are already horrible. Things are already horrible, but things got far worse than imagined. I'm including all of this here as to how worse it became. Yeah, from last part, I already disagreed with this case. This should never have been a case to begin with. And this is just lewd illustrations of herself, but by her own hand and through commissions. And she managed to get destroyed with that. And that's thanks to her being reported. And yes, as of today, and I did see today, things got even worse. See how I was scanning these questions while Grind Meme was arrested with her permission. I have her bail bond from right there. Sadly, yes, gang, she was arrested for her commission. This being treated like she did something to a real kid. UK's coke chat. Yeah, fully. Yes, this entire thing happened to be her bail. All this over, yeah. Yeah, all this over the drawings, by the way. And yes, if you saw earlier, yes, I did chime in here. You guys have my sympathies. Pure evil can flourish in real life, but drawings and commissions of yours smash type clothes and vital and drawings is treated worse than in real life harm here. What other bile? Should never have been a case. And I stand by this. This should never have been a case to begin with. Yeah, that's disgusting, but at least no one was being hurt here at all. Yeah, and I'd rather defend freedom of expression here than just than anything else. That's always been my stance as well. Yes, I'm actually scanning in case. Oh yeah, that one was correct. Yeah, things were also upsetting, but but I did include some more lighter news in spite of all this darkness. Yeah, but I still Mimi gets out of there. Mimi and oh yeah, this goes for absolutely everyone else too. But somehow in the UK, definitely get the hell out now. For somehow out of here, definitely stay the hell out of there. But there's two liar parts to this news. Yes, I had to scan that there. So, in liar news to this, Korea Chun-Li herself is expressing support for a British veto to Mimi Yanagi. Was recently arrested by police for drawing SFW artwork of her own Lily model. And yeah, the mall while clothed wasn't even that lewd to begin with, but they still messed up regardless. They did confiscate all her belongings on her and her like a set of it. So thank you, Akimon Sensei, for drawing this. And yes, this happens to be the main artist for Street Fighter 2. He hadn't drawn this on to him due to the... Yeah, because he also felt sorry for this happening. No, I did not mean to smile here. Yeah, this was serious business. But the last thing on the related note is... the last thing on the related note is also far lighter. This ended up being pretty funny enough to share. And this is from Calm Dust. Okay, and that's discovered the cure of cancer. No one died of cancer anymore here. But it's just a try of it. Well, if it's reality, so I deserve a Nobel Peace Prize and $1 billion, okay? But this one's just a try of Trump, well, okay? Unfortunately, this won't cure you. Unfortunately, this will not cure you. Continuing on, yeah. Picture of the picture of a crime can get you arrested. It makes sense that a fictional accomplishment should be a reward, right? We'll pay my taxes with hard-drawn bills. The IRS will love it. Yeah, I'm not sure the IRS will dig that at all.
I'm crazy enough to take on Batman, but the IRS? No, thank you. Had it in there on that lighter note, despite all... Yeah, the Goon Momo and the Mimi have my sympathies for all this. Yeah, they have my sympathies for all this. This is just a terrible thing, just roaming all around. That include this here because this was breaking news for last time. So they all have my best wishes here. It's a good thing we're outside. It's a good thing we're outside for a lot of this. And there's even more. I'm saying that's been in the original document, but I'll mark it as serious regardless. Peskin Scorpion, yeah, you know it's serious. You know, Yaris is bad, and even Joker. The Mad Conference of Crimes afraid of them, yeah. Yeah, those crooks are that bad. Well, live and sunny, welcome. Hope everything's well with you. Everything's well on your end. Hoping my friend well I've been. I'm gonna try to see that cook and trying to blow it. Yeah. They've already hit bedrock for digging their own grave, and they're already using the jackhammer. And they're already using the jackhammer to go further down. And let's just say that. Yeah, let's just say that. Yeah, I did have to include that drawing. I admit that was fun. Unfortunately, yeah. Yeah, that still heals no one, unfortunately. That's just a draw. So let's just get to the next topic. Let's just get to the next topic there.
Do I? Don't I? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yeah, I'm gonna have to update this part. Now, how many tabs are we opening? Yes. Don't worry, not as many as the Clip Notes version, but yeah. This had to involve a lot. Oh yeah, I need to include that after all. That's the... I've shown that he's still on the throne thing there. I've shown that he's still on the throne thing, and we're gonna get into where that's in right up next. So I hope everyone's still doing okay. From here, wait there. There we go. Yes, it's also pretty disgusting, but it's also really dumb. However, this originally didn't make the cut, but I got that reaction clip from there anyway. But now there comes this part, I'll have to include this. No, I'm wearing it like this. How am I gonna wear it? Like, I'll wear it like this. There we go. Now, knowing ahead, this next disaster is also extremely dumb. But this originally didn't make the cut. But now I'm able to include this, so this and next crook is not escaping my wrath here.
Barely did last time, but not this time. Yeah, so, yeah, this is just growth all around. Yes, we're dealing with another nuisance streamer, again, exactly what he deserves here. And why I'm including this because this ended up being funny and also baffling here. And for context, the fallen person here was definitely deserved it due to fallen. It was just being a nuisance all around. It was just being a nuisance all around. And the animal. Ah, man, it's just sicking me enough to activate my brain fry. Hey, I'll just go right in. Yes, he is. Yes, it's a nuisance streamer that actually played Jehovah's Witness, Jehovah's Witness in video games, mainly aiming towards children that were playing. And if they tried the best to dodge him, he'd just guilt trip him and do worse. But here's the star of his just desserts. Yeah, here's the star of his just desserts, and all this was his career's implosion. His career's rightful implosion. No, quick hands to Faithful Sheriff. Hey, man, I'm Bammy Demaneski. Yes, that's the Deme from earlier. Yeah, that's also Deme for short. And if you remember where I got that clip, it's this one. Yes, it's this one.
He's still on the phone. He's still on the phone. Dude, he's still on the phone.
Yeah, the crook was still on the phone. Yeah, the crook was still on the phone. Well, what did he get banned for? What did he get banned for? He got banned for this. Yes, he got banned for this. And before I show the clip. Yes, I did. Yeah, although that was once upon a time, yes, I did. And although that was once upon a time, yes, I did have a clip of her. Yes, I did have a clip of her somewhere. I'm gonna have to get to that later. I'm tackling this now before my brain fry still eats me up. It's still eating me up. Yeah, it's still eating me.
Even when people try to genuinely tell him,
FaithfulSherriff, is that true?
Yes, that was true.
The N-word!
that they're not interested, he'd often force the conversation throughout the game in an incredibly antisocial way. And at times, the constant rejections from normal
yes, that was the hard R. And yes, that was the hard R.
adults trying to play a video game would get to him. In one video, a man from China...
I typed it, so what?
Yes, he said that.
No, I gotta ban you, bro. I guess we're not having a FaithfulSherriff plus Deme collab. I was really looking forward to that.
Yes, that one was a joke. However, and that was actually what he crashed out over. And why he said this. And so absolutely no thank you there. And so absolutely no thank you there.
I've heard it.
I'm one of the craziest ass. Fine with the soft day, but not the hard R. But he was being legit. But he was dead serious there. Yeah, but he was. But this wasn't just a hard R. He was actually dead serious there. Absolutely no thank you. With that, the implosion ended up beginning. So Clip posts this tweet of him doubling down every time I see his name. And yes, he did and yes, he did still double down. Won't even bother with this apology. He is not sincere whatsoever here. But what happened to him that's ended up being... What happened to him that's ended up being funny? Okay, if you don't think typing around on social makes you racist, you're a brain dead area. Yeah, you did it seriously. Yeah, you did that seriously. You had that band coming. You had that band worse coming. You also had this coming too. Yes, just so you know, Burnt Peanut also ended up being his ocean. That's why he copied off of him. He straight up blatantly copied off of him. That managed to work until right here. So Peanut has responded to me. After to making this video. Burnt Peanut, man inspired me to become a bear streamer and entertain us. Apparently have fun, never give up. Just ban me from his Twitch chat. Especially after seeing this. The apology is gonna be insincere. There's clearly no point in apologizing. Yeah. But that's after all the bullshit he kept doing. That led to his social straight up banning him everywhere. Rightfully so. I get it, I do. Why does it have to be that way? Why can't you all just be friends and have fun, have a good look? Content creation and content create. Peanut to peanut. Why just get together and talk about it? No, absolutely no thank you. No. Absolutely no thank you. It's not even deserved. Yes, I'll use this. And my bad for doubling. No thank you. Not after what you did.
Okay, you gonna try to run away from me, Johnny? Nuh-uh, bitch. Not after what you did, motherfucker.
Yeah, definitely not after what you did. You're gonna continue to be mean to my own thing. I'm not gonna stop you and not gonna let all hate get to me. Still continue to watch because it's really entertaining and fun watching. Every student to take notes on what it means to be entertaining from that man. No. Yeah, he's also a crook, but this guy's worse. Yeah, Pino is also a crook, but I won't get into that. But this guy's far worse. Especially with the contents I just gave you guys. And this last hilarious thing is how I knew that I already knew he horrifically cooked himself here because his Oshi straight up banned him. Outright. But this last move got even worse. And I even forgot this note, forgive me. Streamer TheFaithfulSherriff is lying. His entire persona is copying other streamers. He used to go by the name Dr. Witness, is also a racist after openly saying legit racist slurs on stream. And yeah. And I'm not even buying this bullshit here either. No thank you. And speaking of buying, the last thing that I will show up for, unless he does something incredibly dumb enough to end up on here again, it has to be super nuclear for that at this point. It is this scam here.
Okay, commission new VTuber avatar. Won't be ready for a few months. That can go faster with your help. If you want to get out of this peanut life as soon as possible, here's a link. Yeah, he was never your Oshi to begin with then. This guy's just a kook straight up. Listen, consider me a faithful sheriff, just not a peanut. No, you weren't faithful to begin with. Real people with the faith really don't do what you've been doing. But that's actually been shoving their beliefs in everyone's throats. And yes, I had to give that as context. Realize people are gonna hate me regardless. I see people's points about coffee. If it'll make the majority of people feel better, then I don't mind changing my avatar. Not gonna tell you what it is, but it's not a boot group. P.S. Donations are not, just take longer to reveal that happened. Yeah, he's just scamming. Yeah, I can tell he's just scamming. You can also request a cameo link if you don't feel comfortable with donating straight to PayPal, okay? No. You don't feel comfortable with anything. Yes, it's silhouettes of Mina from My Hero Academia. So we can tell something he's gonna pull some straight up bullshit there. Yeah, pardon me, and wait, before the note, this is me already.
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
Yet this hilariously got worse thanks to this. Oh no. Faithful Sheriff continues to downplay the fact he copied the Burp Pants mannerisms as well as his own. Made his own YouTube video explaining that was his goal, with changing to a peanut for exposure and a chance to collaborate with him. And yeah, there's even a video of him saying such things. No more of this. Absolutely no thank you. Yeah, he had every ounce of this coming. You had every ounce of this coming. Especially the band you got. Yes, he had it coming. And I actually found a clip of her from earlier. Yes, I'll show that as promised. Except she actually won the argument except she actually won everything already.
Nice argument you have there. Unfortunately, I win.
And yes, the overkill was deserved. Alright, now back outside. And yes, this somehow damaged me enough to have this originally not make the cut. Yes, that even damaged me. But there ended up being a second part, and this forced my hand, so I had to beat him down. Now, are you guys okay? I've read this before, but from Living today. Yeah, the apology is going to be completely insincere, so clear point to even apologize. Yeah. Especially after all the crap he did there. Now back to the dumb news proper. And everything else was, almost everything else was in the docket already before this, except for one more item that I threw in here. Yeah, get the fuck away from me, I was right.
I somehow missed that reply. Yeah, that peanut busted himself in it. And now he stays out. Guess what was one way when in the point of winning the actual argument. It needs to because the peanut actually busted himself. Yeah, now we're back to something's proper end. I will note the last piece of thing that had to be in addition. But first off is a thumbnail. So this next one is a thumbnail topic. And it's safe to say that this was indeed a party foul. Not the worst party foul that I've had the misfortune to see in my life to warrant also featuring that. We'll get to it. I'll even mark it as serious. It's that bad. But this is still a party foul regardless. So 140 chickens straight up died after a wedding DJ decided to crank up the bass. The name DJ Slaughterhouse was already taken, wasn't it? So, a poultry farm over in Uttar Pradesh has filed a report complaining that after 140 chickens died at his farm, alleging that the cause was loud music from a DJ system used during a wedding procession that passed nearby on the night of April 25th. And yes, this was reported on the 30th, right at Walpurgisnacht. So that ended up being a fresh part without having to deal with Medea. Hey, Cooper Slinksbro, welcome. How's it going? Hope everything's well with you. From Sultanpur, Uttar Pradesh. Poultry farm over in Uttar Pradesh has filed a police complaint after 140 chickens straight up died at his farm, but yes, it's still a lot. Alleging that the cause was loud music from a DJ system used during a wedding procession there. The incident occurred in Uttar Pradesh's Sultanpur district. On that fateful night, the wedding procession for the daughter of a local resident, Papan Fishwalk Carbonball, moved through the village. The procession had come from the Rambada Pulifan Kudwa area, including a DJ playing music at high volume. It was indeed high volume. No idea how many decibels that was, but that was definitely loud enough. But that was definitely loud enough to wipe out a bunch of chickens there. Still would not wipe out Zelda's cuckoos. Or cuckoos, sorry. Still, yeah, they're that strong. But that's a lot regardless. Sapir Ali, who operated the Sapir Ali poultry farm located near the village, started the procession passed in front of his farm at around 9:30 p.m. According to his account, the intense noise from the DJ caused panic among the chickens. I almost said internet noise. Said the birds could not tolerate the sound, and 140 of them died as a result. Yeah, this dude legit cranked up the bass, and that's how come the chickens got heart attacks. Got heart attacks from the noise. His complaint to the police, Sapirati described the sounds as a high decibel and said it frightened the poultry, leading them directly to their deaths. Yeah, heart attacks. Straight up. The noise was so intense that the chickens got frightened and died. The complaint started. Following the complaint, the police registered a case on Tuesday night against Kapi Adolf, a DJ operator from Padishpur. He's definitely gonna be nicknamed GJ Slaughterhouse from there after this. Hopefully he did not have fried chicken that night. The police are investigating whether the music system was operating beyond permissible sound limits at the time. Officers were also looking into sequence infants to determine if the noise levels contributed to the loss of the chickens. According to Yates, high intensity sound waves can trigger severe stress responses in birds and animals, sometimes resulting in cardiac arrest. Guesswork correct. The poultry farm owner has attributed the entire loss to the volume of the music played during the wedding procession. No immediate comment was available from the DJ or the family that was holding the wedding, unquote. This isn't being another wedding gone wrong, but this time what would normally cost either the bride or the groom, it cost over 140 chickens. At least there isn't starving anytime soon. Still pretty rough to have that much work plucked away. Now what's going on here? Still keeps those likes up. Thank you so much for those. And Kit being cool. Thank you so much. Oh good. Thankfully I did not press the wrong button. Thankfully I didn't press the wrong button. Oh, I've already got Twitch nuked for grilling one of their idols there. Assuming that crook ended up being one of their idols. Just imagine the deaths if an organ was nearby. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's louder than the bass can. And there's nothing losses that way from the bass alone. And any higher instrument or an organ, and that would have been in the entire farm. Yeah, that entire farm would just buy the farm itself. We're living something. At least there was the last batch of chicken meat there. Wait. I accidentally combined two sources into one. Yeah, that's on me. That's my fault. Just put the team line on him. That's on me, baby. No, thank you. Just no, thank you. Absolutely no, thank you. Next topic.
Yeah. And I'm on this right here. Where's this one? Oh yeah, this one. Yeah. I have too many good clips for the following. So, yeah, this was actually brought to me by one of you guys earlier, and I thank you for that. Yes, this thing was also in the original docket. And it turns out it wasn't just the sharks that were affected from literally last sanity check. It was not just the sharks. So yeah, scientists have discovered that cocaine-powered super salmon live longer than some faster than normal salmon. If I had given coke to salmon, this would all twice as far and live around 20 days longer than normal salmon during a test and sweet. So this wasn't an accident, they actually tested that! And yes, I was looking for the correct clip to use there, but... Here, this one. Break it down! Break it down! Break it down! You guys are wrong, crack! Was that how they got on crack? Salmon exposed to cocaine to almost twice as far as those without study shows. Salmon exposed to cocaine in the water swim longer distances than those that go without, according to a study released this week. Yeah, cocaine use is on a rise worldwide. Yeah, that's worrying. Yeah, that's still worrying. Within the UN reporting, an estimated 25 million people used the stimulant in 2023, and the drug being increasingly found in waterways. So yeah, I see why. Yeah, a location like that, I see why. We just got a breaking news on what the hell those guys. Wait, no, that area wasn't. That area wasn't a part of them, but that crap still left them. Yeah, it's got that bad. Joint research Monday by scientists at Australia's Griffith University and the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences study how the drug affected movements of wild fish in their natural habitats. And I think they also examined the sharks that were there, the coked out sharks that were there too. But if I remember right, that was also Latin American seas. If I recall right. Researchers took 105 wild Atlantic salmon in Sweden's Lake of Vättern and exposed them to both cocaine and benzoylecgonine, a metabolite created by the drug in the liver, and then track their movements. Yeah, I managed to be flawless on the pronunciations last time, but this time did not spare me at all. Yeah, that did not spare me at all. Oh, yes, I'm loading this. It's been a while since I used it, but yeah.
My shit grammar.
Yeah, I was surviving until that.
They found the river dwellers exposed to the drugs travel 1.9 times farther per week than the clean living control cousins. And so, of course, coke is that kind of drug. Those exposed to the byproduct also swam 7.6 meters farther, the study found. Miles, not meters, wow. Let's read, please. Natural trace in animal behavior is a concern, reported co-author Marcus Yanagi from Griffith University's Australian Rivers Institute, told national broadcaster ABC. We find higher and higher concentration, not just illicit drugs, but all types of pharmaceuticals on our waterways. Yeah, and that's it. Yeah, that's also super concerning. Researchers have warned the pollution in waters by common drugs pose a major escalating risk to biodiversity. The idea of cocaine affecting fish might seem surprising. Well, not for this show. We've ran into that before. Once again, last animal that did coke was sharks. Reality is that wildlife is already being exposed to a wide range of human-delivered drugs every day. Yanagi said. The unusual parts in the experiment, so it's already happening on our waterways. Associate Professor Michael Bertam at Swedish University Agriculture Sciences said the study showed the need for improving wastewater treatment in Memoriam. Yeah, a lot of improvement. You definitely need a lot of improvement for the waterways if the fish are already high or have been getting high. The coke that managed to get in and other shit that managed to get in the water. Associate Professor Michael Bertam at the Swedish University Agricultural Sciences said the study showed need for improving wastewater treatment and monitoring. Our study showed that drugs are not only a societal issue but also a concrete environmental challenge, he said. A separate study last month found that the sharks in the Bahamas are consuming substances including caffeine, painkillers, and cocaine, of course. And the focus was the cocaine. And yeah, that was the Bahamas. Close enough. While detection of cocaine, an illicit substance, tends to draw media attention, widespread presence of caffeine and pharmaceuticals in the blood of many analyzed sharks is equally alarming. Author Natasha Walsnik told CBS News. These illegal substances routinely consumed and often overlooked, yet their environmental footprint is clearly detectable. Unquote. But at least the latter aren't that as harmful as coke. Another study from 2024, scientists report that sharks in waters of Brazil tested positive for coke and benzylkingone. Unquote. Yeah, first the bears and then the sharks, now not even the salmon. Yeah, these waters really need to be cleaned up if I'm doing all this. Yeah, I know this is about coke, but this is why I keep telling everyone that winners don't use drugs. Yeah, I don't have cocaine. I don't have cocaine's a hell of a drug for some reason. But I'll use this.
Stay off the damn weed. And they don't listen. Stupid.
Yeah, they never do. Yeah, they somehow never do. I'm so glad we're outside. From Nate. Yeah, I was the one that just posted this. Thank you, Nate. And yeah, just imagine the type of the Oregon was like, oh yeah, that was last time. Yeah, sorry, that was last time. Now this time it's Salmon. I don't want to guess what's next here. And I love that the tweet contained this. And I love that the tweet contained this, and this is from him freaking out over chocolate. Maybe I should fetch that clip. Or you guys can help me get that. I'll appreciate it. That might be useful for certain scenarios. Oh yeah, those need to be notes. Yeah, those 100% need to be notes. No, that one's also from Chappelle's show. Where is that? Oh yeah. First sticky note, second sticky note. There, two notes taken.
This shit ain't nothing to me, man.
Yeah, there's never another memes like that. To the next topic. The next topic, and we're back to music again. And yeah, that's also a thumbnail topic. Where is that? There that is. No, I think this one's better. Yeah, that one's better. But thank you, assistant. Thank you for helping me choose things. Oh, perfect alignment. Perfect alignment. And yes, it's another thumbnail topic. And yes, I credited the artist for that moose. And that's if you're seeing this on YouTube's end. But yeah, why'd you include that moose here? Yeah, this one's the last one I had to add on to. But it's short but sweet. So the moose napped outside a Montana radio station. The moose. Yes, I believe it's this moose. Yes, that was this moose, wasn't it? No, I thought it was that moose. That was still cute though. April 22nd in UPI. On April 22nd. Montana Moose went on for a self-guided tour of a Bosman and even took a nap in front of a radio station called The Moose. So went with another name and checks out moment. Leave Bongier, a student at Montana State University, glanced outside our apartment on Monday morning and saw a moose running across the neighboring vacant lot. And I believe the moose was parked there, wasn't it? Yeah, he was parked there. He's perfectly parked there. Yeah, that deserves my gratitude. Yeah, that deserves my gratitude. I already used this at the end last time, so I'm glad I properly labeled this now. Excellent! Yeah, that is excellent. He's perfectly parked there. She sent the video of the creature to her father, Travis Bollinger, who posted it to his House of Montana Realty business page on Facebook. Which is definitely where that's from then. I hadn't had the land listing for the property or the moose crossed. Travis Bollinger told the Bosman Daily Chronicle. I thought I woke up and there's this great big moose just ran right by my sign. It's from the radio station The Moose. Say hopes the visit raised his interest in the property. Yeah, it's a great lot, he said. I think the moose might think so too. Yeah. Considering he just parked there. The moose was spotted all around Boston on Monday, even settled down for a nap next to Moose 94.7 radio station. And yes, they posted that. We had a special visitor outside of Moose Studio this morning. Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks Information Officer Morgan Jobson said the moose, which appeared to be an adult, was reported to the officials. They decided not to take any action here. Hopefully one of the Mayans are scouting him to be the next mount. Although, for disclaimer, I don't know how that works. Yesterday was the first time I received reports that the moose was in the area. Jacobson said, "Ranking reports this is causing confliction of obstruction traffic." Jacobson said the moose visits in Bosman are unusual, but not unheard of. We have signs of various wildlife species in the city limits of Bosman quite frequently, Jacobson said. Almost signs not an everyday thing. Oftentimes they're just passing through and just happen to wander around in town, eh? Hey, unquote. Salmon was actually a boomer. Most likely. Yeah, yes, that's a moose. And yes, that's indeed a moose. I've heard only the males have antlers, unless I recall. But still, this is a great... But still, this is a great picture to deal with here. Yes, I'm zooming in there. I'm not clicking on no fake book. Don't worry, I do not fake book. That's rough business. Yeah, that's rough business.
Generally, female dudes do not grow antlers. Only the males do. The primary exception is the caribou reindeer, where both males and females grow antlers there. They're understood. The humanoids tend to grow those anyway. But that's just a virtual domain, don't worry. Besides, it's also happened to sheep for some odd reason. That's another clip to get. Bad English, sorry, I keep forgetting that one. There, that's sticky noted. There, that's entirely sticky noted. Bad English, sorry. I won't end that topic. Oh, come on, assistant. Listen, oh, thank you. Helps me even out here. I'm glad it helps me even out here. I'm gonna prepare something over there too. Thank you, thank you. There's that area. There's that area, there's that other area. Oh, which one's better? Oh yeah, I think this one's better. Yeah, that one's better. Yeah, I believe, yeah, that one's better. Not the other one, assistant, that one's better. Thank you. Now, onward to this. This ended up sounding wronger than I thought. That's why this ended up here. Yes, it's next one. An earthquake threat. So Missouri's Cooter route by earthquake shockwaves that fell across multiple states. The Cooter was quivering that hard, hey. A large earthquake had struck right in the heart of the ancient seismic zone feature, one that bring catastrophic natural disaster in the Midwest.
U.S. Geological Survey detected a magnitude 4.1 quake less than a mile from the small Missouri city of Cooter east of Thursday. Yeah, this is the one I meant to use.
You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious?
Wait, when was this? This was on April 23rd. Yeah, this was on April 23rd. This entire sanity check is for April. Although Cooter only has a population of slightly over 300, a seismic event has already been reported by over 500 people across 6 states, including Arkansas, Illinois, Kentucky, Mississippi, and Tennessee. So yeah, the Cooter was that powerful. It was that powerful enough here. Shockingly. According to USGS, the shockwaves were felt over a distance of more than 300 miles from western Tennessee to central Arkansas. Residents have reported light to moderate shaking throughout the region. Yeesh, but there have not been any reports of the injuries over local news outlets. Good. At least someone got legit hurt there. Yeah, Cooter could have been super deadly there, but thankfully not. Cooter sits in the southeasternmost part of the state, known as Missouri's Boo Hill. I'm shocked that wasn't also nicknamed Missouri's Moose Knuckle, considering how it sounds. However, this region is also known for being the heart of the New Madrid seismic zone. And the New Madrid seismic zone is a large area in the middle of the U.S., including Arkansas, Kentucky, Missouri, and Tennessee, where hundreds of minor earthquakes are recorded each year. Although these light tremors are considered harmless and normal for the region, scientists have calculated that NMSZ is entering the window where a massive seismic event could take place, affecting millions throughout the central U.S. And yes, it does sound dangerous here. That is dangerous here. Here, wow. New Madrid seismic zone. Ugh. Looking closely. Yeah. I don't know how long I was shocked for, but yeah. That huge spot. Yeah, that huge spot's concerning. And the epicenter is in Cooter. Between December 1811 and February 1812, a group of 3 powerful earthquakes over 7.0 magnitude caused damage in multiple, including Cincinnati and St. Louis, and was felt in states as far as Connecticut and Louisiana. Studies have found that large quakes like this could happen to the NMSZ every 200 to 800 years. That means the region is just the range for a next major disaster in the Midwest to strike. And there's no guarantee it'll happen this century. The zone is one of the most active earthquake spots in the eastern Rocky Mountains. Even those remain relatively unknown compared to seismic hotspots such as California's Bay Area. Yeah, definitely be careful in those cases. And remember your drills. Although normally the drills are underground. Normally the actual drills send people underground, if I recall right. But then again, wouldn't that be far much troublesome since this is an earthquake we're talking about? 2009, researchers with USGS warned that the strange area, which does not sit on a tectonic plate boundary, it had between 25 and 40% chance of unleashing an earthquake stronger than 6.0 magnitude within the next 5 decades. I do not know why brain fry attacked me here. Geological eye is known as an intraplate seismic zone, meaning it's far from tectonic plate boundaries that typically cause earthquakes, as in ground past each other under the Earth's surface. From sound, that's why there's so many small tremors for that. As for the earthquake in Cooter on Thursday, the 4.1 tremor took place in nearly the exact spot where USGS scientists mounted the potential devastation that a massive cataclysm caused by SZ. Yes, that zone. That zone's the epicenter of it. The 2019 simulation, sorry. No, the situation is not from long ago. It's in the aftermath of a magnitude 7.7 earthquake along the borders of Arkansas, Missouri, and Tennessee, in the area near the Boot Heel and the major metropolitan city of Memphis. Yeah, and the shockwaves from the hypothetical megaquake can spread for hundreds of miles, including reaching states including Kansas City, Indianapolis, Louisville, and Birmingham. Yes, that's a super long range here. The ranges are already long, but this is longer than I imagined. Since the region is not well equipped as California in terms of dealing with major seismic events, and yeah, far worse earthquakes happen there. Studies projected that a magnitude 7.7 earthquake would cause over 86,000 injuries or deaths, damaging 715,000 buildings and knock out power to 2.6 million homes. A report by University of Illinois, Virginia Tech and George Washington University also estimated that the damage cost $300 billion directly, which indirect costs still lost jobs, possibly taking that figure to $600 billion. Which is, yeah, that's super grim here. If that earthquake does take hold, that could probably destroy the law of the nation. That's from natural disaster. In 2023, USGS updated their predictions for major seismic events throughout the country, giving Missouri's Boot Heel a 75 to 95% chance of experiencing a damaging earthquake within the next century. The agency said, oh, no one can predict earthquakes, however, by investigating faults in past quakes. Sorry. Investigating, not insulting. That'll just make them happen sooner. Scientists can better assess the likelihood of future earthquakes and how intense the shaking might be. Unquote. So yeah, this was an interesting trip. This was an interesting trip with earthquake mechanics. Especially considering the epicenter at hand. Got nothing else there. From Nate. Yeah, that fault line that had leveled St. Louis was the last time when it was that violent. Wow. And yes, earthquake tools are like getting under a table. And I did live by that fault line a couple of years ago. Could have luckily that big one that occurred when I lived there. That is scary. Good thing I didn't deal with that area either. No thank you. There was a constant dread that was going to happen. I lived only 1.5 miles from it. Yeah, and I wouldn't be comfortable even living near that either. Yeah, I would have moved to a completely different town already there. But thank God you're safe, Nate. Yeah, newspapers from the time started the Mississippi going backwards and the log coming up from the river floor there. Livingston, why does that sound like a plan? Why that stuff that upset here? That was Kiara from Fate Extra's fault. Bad jokes aside. Bad jokes aside, this is still alarming regardless. An area
in certain areas and even some countries are already used to such things going on. That's why they're more prepared for such things. For example, Japan has dealt with huge earthquakes before, and then also with huge tsunamis. And they even had bad a lot of the times. And that's all from sheer memory. Now remember the last time California ended up being that bad. Ended up being that bad in terms of it having any earthquakes. But they're always serious. Especially to the area it's in. That's always serious. Oh yeah, just warning you. After the next one, is two of the most foul things I ran into for the month, and they're indeed foul. And they're indeed foul, and I even had to practice my wordings for those. Yes, one of them is yeah, two of them are definitely the type of situations where I can go far harder than I imagine, but I would definitely get nuked. I would definitely get nuked, at least on YouTube's end. Yeah, the next few crooks are pure evil. But that's after the next topic at hand. I'm just noting you guys. Yes, I'm indeed just knowing you guys. Oh yeah, I'm glad this actually works. Oh yeah, I'm glad this article's actually working. Instead of having to be... Yeah, because the outlet at hand, it was paywalling too early. It was actually paywalling things too early. I guess someone listened to somebody. Yeah, someone actually had to listen to somebody. That's good. Keep those likes up, everyone. Thank you so much for those. Keep being cool. Thank you so much. Yeah, this next topic is totally gross. And the next few are horrifically gross as in pure evil. As I warned earlier. But we're just doing this disgusting thing. But this is just generally disgusting. And so, yeah, imagine being this unfortunate. Yeah, it is unfortunate. Ah, crap. Aussie woman stuck in the pool for 3 hours after the house floor collapses. Yes, for that long. 3 hours straight of being covered in shit. That can definitely be fatal if you don't get out before long. It's that bad. Yeah, I'm using this nuclear clip. It's that bad.
Brother,
What's that?
What's that?
Thank you.
What's that, brother?
What the hell is that? Yeah, what the hell is that? Ugh.
What the hell is that?
I'm glad that doubled. Yeah, I'm glad that doubled. Okay, remind me to never use an outhouse in the outback, and by never I mean never. Yeah. You couldn't pay me to do that. You couldn't pay me to go to New Zealand either. Especially with all the fuck shit they're doing. But that's later. I think you can say the same with Australia with stuff like this. Woman trapped in poop for 3 hours after the outback toilet collapses. Yeah. Yeah, talk about chocolate. I'm doing that anyway. Yeah, I'm doing that anyway. I know I ain't shit.
Now comes the part where we throw our heads back and laugh. Ready?
Ready!
But legit. Yeah, the lady was with her husband and 2 kids when she visited the outdoor restroom, a common feature in the outback. While taking care of her business, the floor of the outhouse actually collapsed and the woman landed in a deep pile. Well, you know, dookie butter. Well, at least it was a soft landing. Let me have to recruit that rescue his trapped wife. Yeah, that shit went sideways already. And that was told local news outlet that NT News that the woman's husband managed to get the attention of the tradesman who lowered a rope into the pit for women to hang on to them and used his car to lift her out. Just imagine this is somehow even funnier. Yes, they had to use a car to get her out of the pit latrine. She was stuck in this cesspool for that long. The process took over 45 minutes, said the unnamed eyewitness. Assistant, not now. Yeah, he's kind of ashamed of me. The process took over 45 minutes, said the unnamed eyewitness, who told the NT News that there are literal nappies, excrement, and urine in the hole. And that's another term for diapers, if I'm not mistaken. The woman was taken to hospital, but did not suffer serious injuries, reports say. Yeah, but still get her scanned, totally. You can seriously get sepsis, and that is a really bad way to die.
NC works with regular workplace health and safety in their territory, said the agency managing the Henbury Conservation Zone had notified of the incident. An investigation is ongoing as of writing, NC works have said. So yeah. It's bad enough to get trapped in a collapsed toilet for hours, but then they get to a story picked up by international news outlets. It's just the icing in this turret cupcake. Hopefully Aussies get their crap together after this failure. There's another article here, and apparently the woman suffered a cut due to this. And that's very bad. Given this situation, that's very bad. She could definitely get stopped so easily. I hope she gets fully treated from here. Here, this shit is no joke. No puns intended this time. Yeah, that was quite the sludge wave. At least that scenario where having them be dug out was still pretty funny. I will admit there. Yeah. If I'm knowing in your head, the next topic is not funny at all. Once again, I had to practice my words in order to not get nuked. The next two are this bad. So I hope you guys are okay I hope you guys are okay from here. Still keep those likes up, YouTube. Thank you guys so much. Especially on this abnormal Saturday. That you keep being cool too. Thank you guys so much. And thank you guys very much. Yeah, that is definitely an example of heinous criminals. Yeah, these next two are the example of heinous criminals. Or horrendous criminals in the case of YouTube's end. Jeez. Jeez. I'm trying to find the correct thing to. I'm trying to find the correct thing to do this. Yeah, I'm trying to find the correct clip for this first reaction. Mention this is that maddening. This is that Madden. Oh, no. Yes, this warrants outlaw being used. It's that bad. No, I am here. I am over here. These next two are that disgusting. Yeah, these next two are that vile. Where is that? There that is. We're at 2 hours, still making good time, but yeah. No, I'm over here. Yeah, I use this thing for Johnny Somali's case, and I'll use it here and mark it as serious. So yeah, this one's one of the most disgusting things I have ever had the misfortune to run into for tonight. Yes, it's that type of scenario. Yeah. It's that type of scenario where it's definitely one of the scenarios where the justice system just straight up exposes itself. And they give dudes a literal decades for this atrocity. And rightfully so, but these next women also deserve this and this and far, far worse. And they deserve to be fully imprisoned in prison for decades and far, far worse. Alongside having their own ovaries plucked out and be eaten. On their own. Wait, no, their own ovaries that they'd have to eat. They're that horrific. So what foul act just happened? It's this one. So yes, three women accused of using sex toys and mascara during an assault on a passed out man. And yes, that was why I say this right here. They honestly deserve, those chicks honestly deserve far worse than what they got. What they got hand is equally just foul. Yeah, the woman, all age 32, dressed a man up and assaulted him while he was unconscious at 3030s themed debash a court heard. Well, so much for that frontal lobe coat, but some of these crooks repelling. Including my egg donor who tried to get me with that last February. That's all. That punk has already been killed, but this just wedges things further. And you know what? All cause is 3 subhumans waited for a man to get so drunk he passed out before launching an attack on him at a dirty 3-themed party. A court heard. The other woman, all aged 32. Yeah, I'm also this is also even more infuriating. They were magically changed into men, just them at the scene of the attack. Their names and faces will have already been revealed once again. That's if I didn't say that already. Hey, Sean, Denver's still not revealing the crooks. I don't know why and I do not know why they're covering up the crooks. they're accusing using sex toys, lube, and mascara on the man, dressing up and assaulting him while he was completely unconscious. And yes, this is my first reaction to this.
What did you say, nigga?
Yeah, this was that bad. Yeah, the subhumans each face 3 indecent assault charges, but the defense has put forward to the court was this is all in good nature fun. Yeah, the defense also needs to be under the prison too, alongside those subhumans. Yeah, the case is currently being held. Yeah. Yeah, actual women are ill-accord enough. And these subhumans have to deal with stuff like this. The case is currently being held in a tiramisu. No. My deepest apologies for messing that up. No way. I'm not giving you that. No way. The case is currently being held in the Tiamu district county in Omadu in New Zealand. Subhumans admit it happened, but as of this writing. And I have the verdict here. The jury must decide their behavior constituted assault. It is. This is rape, straight up. Contrary to legal writings, this is straight up. Yeah, this is straight up non-con here. Crown prosecutor Colin Mitchell said the complainant had drunk way too much at his girlfriend's party and gone to bed fully clothed to sleep it off. Much almost said the girlfriend and two of her friends then wrote lewd comments on him with a mascara pen. And then he used 2 sets toys and stored them both between his butt cheeks while he was asleep. There's no suggestion of penetration there. And their defense somehow wrote this off as some prank when it's not. This is dead serious. Once again, upon the crooks committing the crime, magically turn the chicks into dudes and their target into a chick. Once again, they'd be facing the decades under the prison. And they deserve decades under the prison. But once again, what they got was the worst case scenario. Machimo said this was happening. While this was happening, one defense was encouraging what was going on by taking photos in a short video. And yet there was hard evidence of this event happening. Hard ass footage. This should have been an open and shut case. And I didn't think the jury was going to be dumb about it, considering there's hard evidence of this that ended up being presented. And she posted those videos the next morning to a group chat, which they laughed and joked about the night before. He said, ugh. And she even rocked in response, "Oh my god, you're horrible," laughing face emoji. Yeah, those cunts are beyond horrible. That's why I call those things subhuman. Michael Moore said that at one stage the man's girlfriend had climbed on top of him, straddled spots, and pretended to ride him like a horse, while another defendant filmed the interaction. And both the subhumans laughed. Further riding in penises were drawn on the man's back and buttocks, that's claimed. Michael Moore said the sex toys were placed at separate times between the complainant's buttocks, and one upright, and another laying vertically at the top of his pants that were being held partially down. All times I said this happened, the complainant was out cold, fast asleep, in no position and consent to what occurred whatsoever. Nor could anyone have an honest belief that was consenting. Much almost said in total, 88 thoroughbreds in one video were taken. And yes, that's of the footage about here. Here. Yes, I'm looking for something. Yeah, here. And once again, this already should have been an open and shut case here.
Someone needs to get shot.
Yeah. When the complainant eventually woke up, his girlfriend giggled before it showed him some of the thoughts that had been shared in the group chat. The relationship began about 2 months later, most likely to gather evidence. I actually questioned why the fuck did he even stay in, and yeah, that was to gather evidence before getting the drop on, he had to get the drop on him soon. Before the man finally made a complaint. When interviewed by police defense, said they were just being sick. They had to take the piss because he had talked to Big Game about drinking and passed out early. Wow. Wow. Once again, this should have already instantly been a short trial for to have them be 50 years under the prison for this. Put spoil on the head, that's apparently asking for the moon and stars. Especially in Miss Sandra's current society. Michael said the issue for the jury was whether the defendant's actions would be considered by right-thinking members of the community as indecent. Yes, this shit is indecent. It's disgusting beyond comprehension. Lawyer Ron Mansfield, KC, told the jury that they would see as the siblings would have some fun, make a joke out of it, and take photos like they would have to share them in themselves. That's staying in F11 because this guy was older than by 10 years and had been taking up a big deal about how much he could drink, was lying on a bed unconscious. Yeah, and that doesn't matter at all. Those crooks belonged under the prison. It's no aspect that was indecent. So many offense being views of the indecency. Yeah, no. Now, this is full indecency. However, instead, the worst case, Instead, the worst case scenario actually happened as of this. Instead of those subhumans properly getting their just desserts. After the trial and run by the jury, the crooks all ended up being found not guilty of the crime. However, one of them, I'm just gonna barrel past this. To note that from this, one of them ended up pleading guilty to the footage part. One of them did end up pleading guilty to the footage part, but they ended up getting away regardless here. So yeah, and thus ended up one of the two most sickening things I've ever had the misfortune to run into this before April. Yes, I'm applying this clip triple to the subhumans over here.
Your pussy! Hey, bring the camera, son. Bring the camera. All the young girls who want to make life with pussy, your pussy will perish with you in hell. May your pussy perish with you. May your smooth pussy, creamy pussy, and tight pussy perish with you. Say, go to him.
Yeah, useless court systems, yeah. You're goddamn worst. Yeah. Stuff like this is why I keep saying, yeah, let's just skip to collapse. And this is already beyond cooked. This evil cannot continue. I'm glad we're outside. I am super glad we're outside. I'm gonna go outside regardless. This still pisses me off. They basically just say that it's fine sexual assault as long as you don't film it, yeah. Yeah, that's what they basically said, and that infuriated me even worse. That was why I had to practice all my words for here. If I was raw, you know it's getting nuked. No damn thank you. Even got the worst case scenario to happen. Yes, next one is also at the same level of messed up, so hold on. And I'm saying the same level of messed up was because someone also got straight up hoaxed here. All this just horrifically muddies the term. All this historically muddies the subject even worse than imagined. It's apparent that there's false accused that belong under the prison but won't get it. But this also holds true that the current court systems at hand actually never cared for SA. They never cared for it to begin with, especially since they have if they end up choosing favorites here. And male victims are treated like chopped liver due to this, which already horrifically pissed me off far further here. Yes, all this was why I had to practice my wording here. This is that horrific. Well, let's go to the next one, but yeah, this next one's no better in terms of vileness. Because yes, someone actually got straight hoaxed here. So we'll get right into it. So yeah, the other most disgusting thing I've seen here for the past April. So Wisconsin man stole a coworker's identity for 30 years, sent the victim to a mental hospital before the DNA exonerated him. A court ruling. So yeah, you can obviously how come this is so disgusting. Federal Appeals Court has upheld a 12-year prison sentence for a Wisconsin man who stole another person's identity for decades and manipulated criminal justice to have this victim jailed and forcibly medicated. Yeah, personally that's still too light. Personally that's still too light compared to what they did here. Yeah, 12 years is fucking nothing for what this guy did. Yeah, it's far too light. Oh, first time I do some more like this.
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
Yeah, far too light. Yeah, this actually deserves a life sentence here. At least a life sentence. Continuing on. U.S. Court of Appeals for the 8th Circuit rejected Matthew David Kieran's challenge to his sentence. According to a ruling filed on Thursday, Kieran's age 59 argued the 144-month prison term was unreasonable, that the special conditions to supervised release were improper. Yeah, this is improper. This should have been a life sentence. Yeah, the actual culprit here, this should have been a life sentence for the actual culprit here. And the actual victim here should have been compensated for this. Karen's pled guilty in April 2025 to aggravated identity theft and making false statements. The case centers on the accusation that Karen's theft of William Wood's identity began in the late 1980s, where two men worked together in a hot dog cart in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Woods said Karen stole his wallet in 1988, but returned it after Woods threatened to punch him. While Karen's had possession of Woods' wallet, he used the information on Woods' security card to apply for a driver's license as William Woods. And yeah, this quick ended up being far too quick. You really should have knocked this trifling ass out. Court records show that Karen's used Woods' identity to build a new life, marrying, having a child, opening bank accounts, obtaining credit, and working at the University of Iowa Hospital, where he earned more than $100,000 a year as an IT administrator. Yes, this is the two at hand. Court documents indicate that when Woods tried to reclaim his identity in 2019, Karen's convinced police that Woods was the imposter. So Woods was arrested and charged with identity theft and false imprisonment. Wow. Woods spent 428 days in jail and 147 days in a state mental hospital where he received medication after a judge found him not competent enough to stand trial. Oh, wow. Oh my God. Oh my God, this is horrible. Oh, this is actually horrible. This is actually horrible. Where? Ugh. Yes, this one's angry. Yes, this clip's angry enough. This clip's angry enough.
No! 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 No!
Yeah.
No! No! No!
Yeesh. Wow, there's so many depressing stories here. Yeah, these two count as many. And thankfully we are out of the woods of discussing this from here. Here, don't worry. Yeah, he was convicted in March 2021, ordered by a court to use what was believed his true name, Matthew Kiddings. After his release, Woods continued to find and reclaim his identity. In January 2023, contacted the University of Iowa Hospital where Kiddings worked. A detective investigating Woods' complaint used DNA evidence to prove that Woods was telling the truth. When confronted with the DNA test results in July 2023, Kiddings admitted he had used Woods' identity for decades, provided false documents and lied to law enforcement. My life is over, Kiddings said, when confronted with the DNA results, according to the Associated Press. And yeah, this still should have warranted life imprisonment for that. At sentencing, the district court emphasized the unique, unusual, and egregious nature of Kiddings' offenses. The court noted that Kiddings intentionally sought the prosecution and incarceration of Woods, according to the appeals court ruling. In his appeal, Kiddings argued that the sentence was too harsh and that the special conditions were based on conduct from decades ago. No, it wasn't harsh enough. For the actual crook, this wasn't harsh enough. 12 years is too small. Once again, the appeals court rejected both arguments, and they should have aimed higher. Yet this actually warrants life imprisonment, considering the gravity of this. The three-judge panel found no abuse of discretion, not knowing that through 3 decades of living under Woods' identity, Kiddings hid his true identity from his wife and gave his child Woods' surname. So the court also noted that Kiddings' history of deceit undercut his claims that he no longer struggles with mental health or substance abuse issues. In 2025, the Associated Press reported that Woods was back living in Albuquerque where he was working as a landscaper. At the time, he said that plans to seek compensation for his wrongful incarceration. The main goal is to rebuild my life from here. Unquote. Yeah, I horrifically feel sorry for the culprit, and I am absolutely disgusted at the culprit here. This is the same amount as disgust as last topic. This is the same amount of disgust as last topic. Yeah, this is the other thing that said that This is the other thing where I say, yeah, just bring on a collapse already. This is far too cooked.
I declare exterminatus.
Yeah, it's Terminatus. Just straight destroy everything. No thank you. Absolutely no thank you. Yeah, we're actually out of woods there. For the rest of the topics from this point on is the usual ridiculousness. So those two instances disgusted me that much enough to feature. It was this foul. Yeah, I hope you guys are okay. Yeah, I hope you guys are okay from here. Once again, things are far lighter from this point on. Yeah, things are completely lighthearted from this point on. So, moving on to the next topic. Oh yeah, I forgot to timestamp that one there. Don't worry, I actually had the proper part. Assistant. Yeah. No, just the water. The other water. Glad I ordered this one. Yeah, thank you so much. I need that hug too. They're actual time stamped. So yeah, now we're out of the woods here and moving on to the other ridiculous things, including the more lighthearted parts. Yeah, and using that area, thank you. So yeah, onward to the next topic. We're actually out of the woods and back to far more lighthearted stuff, but ridiculous stuff here. But yeah, here's a pro tip. If you're gonna be dancing this kind of way, don't do that. Don't do that at the grocery store or in public. Please and thank you. So Missouri man ended up getting charged after dancing naked at an Aldi grocery store. Yeah, you just don't do that, man. Yes, I'll use this still.
Oh! Ew! Dude! What the fuck?
No, thank you. From Columbia, Missouri. No, not that Columbia, the other Columbia. Yeah, lots of odd things are happening in Missouri, yeah. Yeah, you guys got bad this time around. Yeah, you guys totally got it bad this time around. Yes, I'm using that clip. This is the appropriate time to use that.
I got it bad!
Was in there frozen meow? Imagine the shrinkage in May. Comic compatriot, welcome. Hope everything's well with you. Glad to see you here. From Columbia, Missouri. Yeah, not that Columbia, the other one. Missouri man accused of dancing naked at Aldi grocery store earlier this month now faces a criminal charge. Prosecutors in Boone County have charged Sidney Jones, age 41, of Columbia, Missouri, with one misdemeanor count of first-degree sexual misconduct. That of him dancing nude back there. And yeah, are you sure there wasn't drugs involved? This definitely sounds like there would be drugs involved. Let's still take a guess. According to the Columbia Police Department, probable cause statement around 6:30 p.m. on April 18th. Police responded to a report of a naked man dancing in the vestibule of an Aldi store. A probable cause statement did not disclose the specific location. And my guess was he was either twerking and or pole dancing there. A witness told police that multiple children were present at the store and the adults tried to hide their children to prevent them from seeing the man. Later identifying as Jones. No damn thank you. Thank you, he deserved worse. He deserved worse for this then. Surveillance video reviewed the case. Viewed in the case shows Jones a parking video walking to the vestibule, taking off clothing and dance inside and outside the vestibule, according to a probable cause statement. District Court documents state that Joseph is not banned from all his locations, was booked into jail without bond. Rightfully so. And I hope they throw away the key for this. Yeah, that was fun. That was honestly fun until the witnesses. No, thank you. Yeah, and I'm even more shocked drugs weren't involved somehow. This is still funny at first, but disgusting regardless. But yeah, Missouri somehow had a lot of it bad in April. Yeah, good thing we're outside. Yeah, the part about the witnesses 100% ruined it. Yeah, that 100% ruined it. Daimashi desu. Oh, disapproval, that ruined it. Oh, it was there. I can't believe I almost lost that. I can't believe I almost lost that. Yes, I actually ruined it. Actually, 100% ruined it.
台無しです。
And yes, it did. Yes, I 100% did. Yeah, thank you, Chino. On to the next topic. And so next one's actually a follow-up of what happened for March, or at the very start of April, or end of March, very start of April. So yeah, for this next one, I believe the beefing up of security was fully warranted. Once again, yes, that's from late March to start of April. Yes, it's even bled past April Fools, which is ended up being above April Fools gags. So some cat trucks got presidential level protection after our foul 12-ton chocolate heist. Can't blame him from arming up after some special great ones got snatched at Italy. No. A shipment of KitKat bars worth $1,000 has sparked one of your strangest viral moments after a massive chocolate ice led to trucks being the escort like high-profile targets. Yeah, but still, I can't blame him at all. Back in March, thieves may have been wearing 12 tons of KitKat bars. And yeah, those were Formula One special grade ones. Stealing a truck carrying over 413,793 units. The scale of the theft quickly caught attention online, turned to what could have been a routine cargo crime into a widely shared story. In response, Nestle lured a tracking system using the unique badge codes printed on each bar. For a stolen product, and scan the system flags and provides instructions on how to report it, helping the company trace where the chocolate ends up. But it's the company's Nets move that really took off online. Yes, the KitKat drugs went viral for insane levels of security. Rightfully so. Yeah, rightfully so. KitKat trucks in Canada were spotted traveling with full security convoys, including black SUVs, after a job surfacing seeking professional security guards with experience in protecting high-value goods. So now KitKats ended up being classed as high-value goods thanks to this. There's some candies that I would. There's actually some candies that I would be fine having be guarded just like this. And Snickers happens to be my favorite candy bar. But KitKat is close enough. The site quickly went viral. One lightly share Insta-ho clip created Sean Muller building a convoy surrounding KitKat trying downtown Toronto. KitKat's taking no chances here. This presidential level of protection, he joked. I think don't want anyone breaking into the got me out of that truck. I didn't scan the video. Unfortunately, I didn't scan the video. But I understand. On TikTok, another clip showed a similar escort racking up hundreds and thousands of views. Reviews split on whether the move was either serious or staged. Oh yeah, it's just that thing. Okay, now I'm convinced it's just a mess. That one viewer wrote. Oh, marketing team got a massive raise, another ad. Well, they weren't far off. Yeah, they definitely weren't far off. Just look at them. Well, KitKat later confirmed the convoy was part of a marketing campaign created by agency Courage, designed to lead the best viral heist and turn into a humorous moment. This ended being coordinated. That's even better. Yeah, this one's still here, but this ended being coordinated. Well, that takes things to a new turn. Snow White, come on. Yeah. So they weren't just serious, they also amped up the hilariousness here. Rather than rely on heavy messaging, we tapped into just distinctly Canadian sensibilities, said Courage founder Joel Hotby. No explanation needed, just a KitKat delivery truck, fully exclusive for high-value cargo. That ended up becoming high-value cargo. I would treat Snickers the same way too, if I were them. Showing off my bias here. While the internet leads into the joke, the missing chocolate is still unaccounted for. Nestle continuing efforts to track down a stolen shipment. Unquote. Yeah, best of luck to them in that regard. Assistant. Man, no, not here. No, not there. The scanner room. Yeah, the scanner room. Wow. Wow, just wow. I call Snickers next because my habit of missing that one. Yeah, I'm actually scanning everything right now. Yes, everything's good. Yeah, I actually wanted to view those, but I did not have enough time doing my errands. Good news, everyone. They're clean. Good news, everyone. They're all clean. Yeah, good news, everyone. They're all clean. I can actually show us the way I meant to.
Wait, okay, did you guys see this headline last week about the KitKat heist? Somehow the delivery truck that contained over 400,000 KitKat bars was stolen. I think on its way from the factory in Italy. Yeah, Italy to Poland. Anyway, I didn't really think much of it at the time, but then I was walking downtown Toronto earlier today, and I saw this. KitKat is taking no chances here. This is presidential level protection. Look at those black SUVs. Either they don't want any more break-ins or they got Beyonce in that truck for an upcoming collab. Either way, this is hilarious.
Yeah, those guys were that serious. Yeah, those guys were 100% that serious. Oh, good thing that's muted already. And so this is from the other siding of the KitKat truck. No, this is not another look. Yeah. I don't know if there were any other locations over there, but yeah. Yeah, it was that real. They did not want what happened in Italy.
But you playing on your phone?
No, I'm not playing on my phone. I'm taking care of business. I'm not studying what you're talking about.
But yeah, something tells me this is gonna definitely continue for at least the next few years. Yeah, this type of protection is gonna last at least the next few years, isn't it? I'm surprised there aren't any other location. I'm surprised there aren't any other sightings of this. But anyway, that's enough lollygagging for now. Next topic, next topic. Now I'm dealing with even more lollygagging. Do I, don't I, do I, don't I? I know you don't. We're over there. Yes, over there. Let's scan everyone, including these nuts. Already scanned one earlier. Yeah, his career was cooked, yeah. Yeah, this next one's just super dumb. Yeah, this next one's just super dumb and super fucked up here. This happened at work is bad enough. But for everyone to have to like shop deliver or they're the one on the hook, yeah. Yeah, this one not as messed up as the other ones back there, but yeah, this one ended up being up there. An Amazon worker died on a warehouse floor and colleagues continue working around his body. But let's just get back to work. No. No. I don't like where this went either.
待って、すごく嫌な流れな気がする。
No, where that was going. What happened back there? A shocking incident, an Amazon employee that dropped their organ died at work is allegedly going unnoticed for a single period. The company's supposed to confirm the technical crunching incident occurred last week at the distribution center. Yeah, and once again, no one immediately reported and just worked around the body for an hour. Yeah, this is definitely a karoshi case, which is death by overwork, for the Japanese term. So, according to a report by Western Edge, the worker collapsed on the floor at the PDX-9 warehouse. Reportedly unattended for over an hour while others continued working around him. The man is believed to have died on Monday, the 6th of April. He was reportedly 46 years old. He may rest in peace. Yeah, this is actually a terrible way to go. Yeah, this is why I take my breaks when I can. The report further claimed that workers were instructed to continue operations for more than an hour after an incident. Employees continued fetching totes, picking items off shelves, and loading packages on the trucks while the man's body remained on the floor right there. It's also alleged that the top managers did not halt operations immediately following the incident. And yeah, that's even more suspect. That no one halted operations immediately following there. I don't care about the personal transgressions. That is abnormal. The severity, the exact cause of death remains unknown. The supervisor tells the employee, "Oh, just turn around and not look." Calling supervisor's response, the employee told the Western Edge, "Just turn around and not look. Let's get back to work." The paramedics arrived late in the facility, good, thank goodness, and such a warehouse where the incident occurred was subsequently closed off. Yeah, rightfully so, for not immediately reporting the karoshi. Employees react. Reportedly, the death has left employees at the facility concerned about their own health and safety. I've struggled to sleep, employee told the portal, adding, "I have a lot of anxiety over walking back into that building." Yeah, who wouldn't? Yeah, this is definitely one of the ones that saw the body. Back in the incident, several people on Reddit debating what could have caused it. While the other one talking about multiple injuries reporting the facility, another claimed that the building had become unusually hot. So this is both overwork and heat stroke. Yeah, heat stroke is also serious business. The user wrote in the comments, "Less in peace. The condolences to their family, everyone affected. Portland Fire Rescue put it out as a cardiac arrest. The heat is no joke. It was so hot and stuffy in the building today. Not saying that's what caused anything, but the conditions like that definitely aren't safe, especially this early in April." Yeah, it's most likely heat stroke instead of overwork then. Oh yeah, heat stroke on top of overwork, but mainly heat stroke. Both are dead serious business. They need something to open up the vents or improve airflow. Also, it sounds like curtains that they put up in the AFE1 and AFE2. One of this affecting ventilation through the floors. That building is known for having a large number of injuries. At least they had this serious expecting to send everyone home, add another. One more said, "Yeah, it's coming after I just reported that the fans were not working properly or at all. I had to leave early one day due to feeling overwhelming heat, which is nauseous and dizzy. And it took until someone died for them to get their shit together." That's just shameful. That's just disgusting and shameful. After putting up sound curtains, the building heating has not been turned off, which means our 15-minute break, 5-minute walking doesn't actually close down at all. Unquote. Yeah, that's definitely a bare minimum. No wonder Amazon has bad workplace reviews. Stuff like this. Amazon responds. Meanwhile, a spokesperson from Amazon confirmed the incident. I am not gaining with no thank you. That is unforgivable. I'm not forgiving that one. I am not forgiving that one. No thank you.
Awful, this is not halal.
I actually blocked the person. That one's one of the ones I had to move over. I thought it was the other one.
Awful, this is not halal.
Yeah, I thought that one was the other one, but no. Oh, well, oh, well. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, that's the soundboard. I want the soundboard on. Oh, one. That's legit. Hold on.
You're putting animals into slavery. That's haram.
Yeah, that was haram. No, thank you. What to respond? Amazon response. Meanwhile, a spokesperson from Amazon confirmed the incident. Contact the Amazon spokesperson told LiveMint, "We'd like to respond to misinformation circulating on a tragic incident that occurred at our PDX9 faculty in Troutdale, Oregon. Sadly, one of our teammates collapsed during the shift from what we now understand as a pre-existing medical issue. Our on-site team was notified. The CDPR certified team members, including 2 of our on-site safety team, provided CPR and deployed an automated defibrillator until emergency medical services arrived shortly after. The area where the incident occurred was cordoned off while safety teams and EMS cared for our employee, which was their top priority. This is more important than the safety of our employees, and our team focused on ensuring our employee received the care he needed, even though he lied there for a good hour. Protecting his privacy ensured the safety of everyone on site, instead of distracting from those efforts by focusing on immediately evacuating other areas of the building in those early moments." Yeah, and looking back a bit, yeah, this is also on the employees for not reporting this earlier. Yeah, wrong face, sorry. Shortly after this event occurred, employees were sent home with the pay for the rest of the day. When we resumed operations the following day, employees who requested time off and was given that time, and on-site grief counselors were provided to anybody who chose to come to work and needed them. We've been in touch with our teammates' family and providing them resources during this incredibly difficult time, as we are mourning the loss of a valued member of our team. Yeah, once again, may he rest in peace. We remain thankful for the emergency services and Multnomah County Sheriff's Department for their support. Our deepest sympathies remain with all those impacted by this tragic event. Unquote. So yeah, it turned out it wasn't just overworked. That was actually from heat stroke. And yeah, heat stroke is dead serious business. I've worked in those type of conditions before. I'm lucky enough not have keeled over. Hopefully they made it so stuff like this never happens again, at least on their department. This is why for areas like this, air conditioning is important. Back outside, back outside. This every incident ridiculous enough to end up going inside. Although there's been plenty of incidents in outside of this Walpurgisnacht celebration where we'd still have to go outside after something ridiculous enough happened. So that's what's going on for this sanity check. No, for this series. Not just a sanity check for this series. This is still the Walpurgisnacht leftovers. Okay, this next one's totally silly. This next one's actually totally silly. It's fucked up, also totally silly. This is actually silly.
All right. Chat, are you guys okay? Thank you so much so far. Keep those likes up. Twitch and Kit keep being cool. Thank you guys so much. Oh no, not Twitch. Totally not Twitch. Instructions on Kier just gain these. No, totally not Twitch. Otherwise, I wouldn't have Sane check exclusives like this one.
I think you now understand my
Yes, we're both guests to. Yes, that was from Anaka, and they're both the next guest this year. And yes, I got that news already. But enough of that. Onward to. But enough of that. Onward to. Onward to the actual silly thing that I already timestamped. It turns out things definitely got rattled on here. He definitely rattled some things on here. So claim assault for a death certificate. Bank after Odisha man brings sister skeleton. Yeah, he could have brought the death certificate, but turns out he didn't and actually dug up brought his own sister's skeleton there. Wait. Wait. Yeah, was that shocking? Okay, what actually happened here? The man identified as a Jito Mundo. Yeah, how unfortunate. Yeah, how unfortunate. Having GD's your name, how unfortunate.
Okuyasu, I've heard it as clear as day. This sick fuck said the N-word. I just remembered I have a meeting at they're racist!
Even though I said that properly. The NL village was seeking to withdraw 20,000 rupiah from the bank account. His elder sister, Kalamunda, age 56, who died on January 26th this year. Early, may she rest in peace. In case it shot nation quickly turned to a viral talking point. A tribal man walked into a rural branch in the Odisha carrying what he claimed was the proof of death to withdraw about 19,500 rupiah, his sister's skeleton. After, yeah, that's his actual skeleton. Yes, that's her actual skeleton here. Going ahead, yes, that's her actual skeleton. Yeah. And yeah, I think we need the pastor for the we need the pastor for this one. Yeah. Assistant, I agree, we need the pastor for this one.
What's wrong with y'all niggas? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, what's wrong with you here? But so they want proof of her actually
proof that she actually died, so that's one point. After the incident made headlines, Indian Overseas Bank issued a clarification, rejecting claims its officials demand the physical presence of the deceased to process the withdrawal. The bank can say the amount of rupiah, 19,400, was released after the government issued the death certificate and legal heir certificate on Tuesday. And that's after this incident, I think. So what happened in Kemono? The incident unfolded at Walpurgisnacht Bonfire in Kemono district, where Munda, age 50, sought to withdraw 20,000 from the account of his sister. Munda died 2 months ago as of here. And according to police, Munda visited the bank earlier and was asked to submit a death certificate and other documents required under banking rules. Unable to furnish, the returned on Monday with skeletal remains exhumed from their burial site. I've run from the bank several times, and people there told me to bring the account holder to withdraw money deposited in her name. Though I told them that she had died, they had not listened to me and insisted on bringing her to the bank. Therefore, out of frustration, I dug the grave and brought out the skeleton as proof of her death. And Munda told reporters. Yeah, it turns out it was legit illiterate there. You're just digging it. You're just digging things further. The writers are just digging things further. Police later intervened and remains were reburied in the presence of officials. Turns out I didn't know what death certificates were until here. The bank's clarification. Responding to the outrage. Indian Overseas Bank, which sponsored Odisha Gaming Park, claimed that it made no such demand for the physical presence of the deceased, also saying that the claim was settled as per the norms. And they just asked for proof. They just asked for proof of death, not the death certificate. That's how. I think that's how come that led to this. They got used to not having to see corpses being dug up as proof. Yeesh. The report circulated on various social media platforms alleging that Mr. Jeet Munda carried the mortal enemies of his sister, mortal remains of his sister. That's my fault. Oh, that's my fault. My bad. That's my fault.
Oh, son of a gun. You thought I was going to say son of a bitch, didn't you?
Oh my god. Carrying the mortal enemies of his sister. They also dug them. Dig them up. Oh my god. This sounds like he dug up the entire graveyard, not just his sister. Repeating. The report circulated on various social media platforms alleging that Mr. Jeet Munda carried the mortal remains of his sister to a bank branch for withdrawal from her account. Permanently due to demand by bank officials for the physical presence of the deceased for claim settlement are incorrect and not based on facts, the bank said in its latest statement. Today, for Tuesday, the government authorities have issued the death certificate and legal heir certificate. Immediately on receipt of these documents, the bank has settled the claim amount of $19,402 and named with 3 legal heirs and money handed over to them, in accordance with the established norms. The bank added in a late night post on social media. And yeah, this is the video. Yeah, and this is the video regarding
Yeah, and this is the video regarding things. Yes, that's the corpse over there. Yeah, it's damn well he's carrying that in public. In an earlier statement, the bank said officials clearly informed the demand that the third-party withdrawals are not allowed without proper authorization, that death certificate is mandatory for a claim settlement. And it sounds like they weren't. Sounds like the instructions were unclear. Yeah, the instructions were definitely unclear. The bank also claimed that individual was inebriated with the human remains, creating a highly distressing situation after which police were immediately alerted. Inebriated. Yeah, they legit guessed they were high.
I ask, are you high?
Hi, am I high?
The incident appears to have arisen to the lack of awareness in the claim settlement process. The bank said added its intent was to safeguard the depositors' money and follow due procedure. It further said there was no harassment and that the bank is coordinating with local authorities to help issue the death certificate or so the claim can be settled on priority. The police and administration response. Patana Police Inspector Kenyan Prasad Sahu described Munda as an illiterate traveler unfamiliar with legal procedures such as nominee honor claimants. Not again. Oh my god, not again. Nominee, not normie. Jesus. The bank officials have failed to make him understand the procedure, he said, prompting a communication gap rather than malice. Local block development officer Manas Dunpot said authorities were not approached earlier but would now step in to resolve the issue. Officials also confirmed that the nominee listed in the Kara Munda's account had died, making Jeet Munda the sole Claremont. Claimant, sorry. Oh no. What's wrong with me? What is wrong with me? What happens next? The local administration has directed the bank to ensure that the rightful claimant receives the money after due verification. Assistant, there we go. Thank you, so that's what you're bothering me about. Repeating. Okay, what happens next? Local administration has directed the bank to ensure that the rightful claimant receives some money after due verification. Behind the shocking visuals like a more routine but critical issue, the gap between formal banking processes and ground level awareness. Well, as the episode bluntly shows, when paperwork meets poverty and confusion, even the unthinkable becomes someone's last proof. Unquote. Yeah, this is an episode of communication gone entirely wrong. Yeah, I hope that guy's well from here. But yeah. Yeah, this is just everything going completely and utterly wrong here. At least he didn't get a worse bone compared to many of the other cases showcased here so far. This definitely routed the bankers that saw that. Okay, back outside. Okay, right, back outside. And, okay, I actually didn't timestamp that. Damn. Oh yeah, I wrote it in. That's a timestamp. I didn't save it until here. Don't worry, I saved it. It's at a proper time frame. Or close to the proper time frame. Chat, you guys okay? I already checked the YouTube. Thank you. Thankfully, you guys are doing good. Keep those likes up. Twitch keep being cool. Thank you guys so much. Yes, there's a proper coffin dance emote. Thank you for pointing that out to me, Living Son. Unfortunately, that theme is copy dingable if I recall right. Unfortunately. I do admit that was pretty good. What about you, I decided not to show that text of one text message only showed the emote. Wait, that actually didn't show. Wow. Well, I don't know why either. And I don't remember if there's an update where that fits is on Kick's end. Yeah. Is this our time I get? Then again, things could have gotten worse. Some bones just had to be checked. Yeah, thankfully some bones just had to be checked and not the usual. And thankfully some bones just had to be checked and not the usual.
One slap cuffs on me. Take me to custody and look at my balls, batty and dick. Like Wagwan for Batty Man. Come on, officer, you've seen my balls, batty and dick. This month, more than my BM, more than my links, more than my chick.
Yeah, that was purely for fun. Yes, that was purely for fun. Just like the other thing. But actual next topic. Yeah, actual next topic, and we're onward to the wholesome stuff. We're almost done here. We're almost done with these leftovers. Yeah, actually save that. Don't worry. So I say this one is one of the last things here for our Walpurgisnacht special. And this ended up warming me back up here alongside this bonfire. I know I am in a witch outfit.
I am in a witch outfit during a time like this, but yeah. Oh, the irony. Might want to use this one. Might want to use this ballet thing for the rest of it. Might want to use this Black Swan appearance for the rest of it. I owe you guys that much. But speaking of being generous, so man will record over 10,000 live concerts to release them all online for free. And yeah, that's excellent, to be honest. Yeah, that is damn excellent, to be honest. Yes, that's excellent. I want to use that. Yes, I want to use that.
Yes! 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 Yes!
Don't know how come that paused a bit. Moving on along. So, a music fan from Chicago has digitized and uploaded his 4-decade-long collection of live concert recordings on the internet. Wow. This is a chronicalization of a 4-decade journey throughout music concerts. Damn. This is amazing beyond words. Adam Jacobs, now 59, began a hobby of recording live concerts at a 1989 Nirvana concert. And then he used a tape recorder to capture the performance. Jacobs been a fellow musician fan who suggests that he tape the shows and relive the performance for free via the tapes. And you see, yeah, this is already healing. Yeah, all the psychic damage from both parts kind this one have already healed right here. Legalities and shenanigans aside, this is just wholesome. I don't know what else to tell you guys. Someone attended multiple gigs every week. Jacobs thought documenting them would be a worthwhile hobby. In the early years, he faced backlash from club owners who took issue with his taping. However, he soon gained a reputation as a staple of the Chicago music scene and may allow the taper guy to air for free. Whoa, 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 whoa! No wonder he was able to capture that much. Oh, no wonder he was able to capture that much. Yeah, I am. Oh man, I want to use it. Yeah, there's something I want to use for this. Yeah, there's something I so want to use for this. Oh, here. I can't believe I lost that for a bit. I don't know, it was for a long time, but yeah, I can't believe, even I'm jealous here.
It should have been me, not him! It's not fair!
Getting free concerts like that, nice. I admit I'm jealous for that. Congratulations. As someone attended multiple gigs every week, Jacobs thought documenting them would be a worthwhile hobby. And you really, oh yeah, I'm sorry. I already read that. That's my fault. Jacobs' collection spans 4 decades of rock, hip hop, and more. And after recording more than 10,000 concerts on analog tape, a group of volunteers in the US and Europe are taking it upon themselves to catalog, digitize, and upload each of the tapes one by one. And they are being shared to Jacobs' Implements' internet archive as of here. Yes, his account. Guess they actually linked to his account. Manny, thanks for that. Once a month, Volunteer Brian picks up near 20 boxes each stuffed with 50 to 100 tapes for digitization. These digital files and then the other volunteers submit some master shows for you to upload to your archive. And hopefully at least 2 other places too. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, my man. That's a general rule. I do understand the statistical tapes can decay over time, unfortunately. But thankfully, this can preserve them. This can preserve them all. I don't know how some companies and people are against this. Oh wait, they're totally fucking evil. That's why. Carry on. The music featuring the collection of wides varies widely, from indie pop, punk rock, alternative music to hip hop, rap, and experimental. Artists like Fish, Sonic Youth, REM, The Cure, and Pixies make up for some of the archive. And REM and The Cure make up ring a bell for me. Although I just listen to them on the radio here. For more music news, check out our coverage of why Kanye West was being banned from the UK. We know why, don't worry. We're a Live Nation CEO sponsored leaked messages about robbing fans. We also know why, don't worry. Ignore all that. I'm glad all of this is being preserved. Oh yeah, just found another dumb article. Humma. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Do I wanna... Does this happen in... Did this happen in April or was it breaking from this month? Going back to this is just awesome. This is just awesome, and the origin of this is wholesome beyond everything. I am already warmed up here. I'm warmed up enough. I'm possibly warmed up enough to go full pod order mode, but I won't. I don't know, understood. I normally go over the dumbest things that happened for the past month, but there are rule breakers I do allow, like the breaking news from the top of the show. And that's because I covered it. That's because I covered it last part. For example. So man, thanks Adam Jacobs. Some more power to you. I'll be getting the entire collection. I'll be getting the entire collection preserved. The project is named No Tape Left Behind, and the last one is Alejandro Scavado block party as of this recording. The event is from 2009. Oh yeah, he is doing this randomly. He's going by randomly. And that chaotically randomly, that's even more fun, man. That is so bookmarked. If that's so bookmarked, I am so sharing this on Discord's end. But let's all not right now. I hope you guys are doing okay. Yeah, I hope you guys are doing okay. Oh.
Oh yeah, I actually saw that. I actually saw that news this month. I actually saw that news this month. Do I still have that? Do I still have that theme somewhere? You know what? Do I still have that theme somewhere? No, I actually don't have that theme installed yet. You know what? I approve. I just saw on Discord saying, Nate, I approve. I'll shove this in. I totally approve. First off, let me link that thing in the music corner. Oh hell yeah. This is that cool. Yeah, this is indeed that cool. But now onward. But now onward to where I actually got that. Do I still have that? Oh man, I have to fish for. Oh man, I need to fish for a survey's other thing. And yes, once again, that did happen this month. That did happen in April. Not this month, but in April, the focus month. Oh yeah, this one. What was that theme again? Wait, what was that rabbit's theme that I had to deal with? Come on. Yes, I'll need that. Yes, I 100% will need that. But yeah, well, I didn't install a theme I'm looking for because, yeah. Yeah, this definitely involves bees. Yes, I'm cramming this in. Yes, I'm cramming this in, assistant. You're not stopping me from here, okay? Okay.
So it's actually somewhere else. Oh yeah, there's actually... There's actually somewhere else. Oh, thank you, assistant. Yes, there's a full article. Not over there, not over there. There, found it. There, I have found it. The universe can mean to outdo itself in all the craziness. Yeah. Yeah, it always seems like that. There. I actually found the thing. I found the thing. My bad for taking that long. But I finally found the thing. Once again, Nate, many thanks for this. And I'll timestamp that accordingly. Yeah, this is definitely something we could do for April being so horrific. We need the bonfires going. Whatever witchcraft that happened, we definitely needed to purge it. And I've properly stamped the next topic, the emergency topic at hand. All right. I need to make sure this loops. I don't play anything rash. All right. Yeah, for us next topic. Yeah, no, this volume over here. Here, thank you. Yeah, this thing showed up again. So, this is another episode of Not the Bees. So, weaponized the swarm of bees against deputies trying to carry out an eviction. Yeah, that's actually messed up. Yeah, I'm doing that. Yeah, that's actually messed up, but still. And yes, I believe I had that under destruction. Yes, I had it under destruction.
What is that? What is that? What is it? Oh, no, not the bees! Not the bees! Ah! Open my eyes! Eyes! Ah! Ah!
No, absolutely no thank you. What the hell? On April 24th, Massachusetts was deploying a swarm of honeybees as a weapon against deputies during an eviction has been found guilty on April 17th, 2026. Good, bees are serious business to deal with.
And I mean serious business here. Brody Susan Woods was found guilty on 4 counts of simple assault and battery, along with 2 counts of reckless assault tied to the incident. And not animal cruelty. Wow. Truly undercharging. I'll call animal cruelty here too. The bees didn't need that. October 12th, 2022, deputies from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office are counting pigeon when the Woods arrived in an SUV pulling a trailer stacked with beehives. She ended up beekeeping especially for times like this. Video shows Woods getting a physical altercation with the deputy on the back of the truck before breaking open the hive. She smashed the lid with her hand and flipped one of the hives off the flatbed. The bees came out unleashed and swarming. Anger, and they started stinging everybody there, said Sheriff Nick Cooter. Nick Cooter. I am holding myself accountable for that one too. No thanks. I'm using this first off.
Why would you send that? Ouch, 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 ouch.
And again, that actually fits. I meant to go for a tongue-tied one, but that actually fits. In fact, 100% fits. But I still need to hold myself accountable for here, so here we go. I stumble on my own words, and this is what I get. Continuing on. When told that some deputies had bee allergies, Woods allegedly replied, "Oh, you're allergic? Good." Oh. Yeah, she just add on decades to her life in prison. The video shows Woods then put on a beekeeper suit. According to officials, she then carried a tower of hides to the home's front entrance, attempting to agitate the bees further. She was still wearing the suit when officers tackled her to the ground and took her into custody. Rightfully so. Woods did not know the tenant of the building. She had been known to protest other evictions in the Boston area, so she's been freeloading for longer than I imagined. According to the WCVB report, Woods posted bail and was back at the property peacefully, protesting the eviction the next day. If that's peaceful, then I'm all better. Yes, Grand Order's all better. Several deputies and sheriff staff suffered numerous stings, including one that was stung in the face and the head. Ouch. One employee was also taken to the hospital. Unquote. Yeah, hopefully the deputies are okay. The incident also results in the deaths of thousands of bees. Oh yeah, mind you, the bees actually sacrificed their lives after stinging someone. Woods is initially scheduled to stand trial in August 2025, but she fled to Tennessee. To decline the voluntary return, she was ultimately brought back to Massachusetts under a government's warrant 3 months later. So far, Woods has been sentenced to 6 months in jail and will receive credit for 148 days already served. Yeah, that's still too light. Yeah, that's still too light, and even that should stings. Yeah, but at least this isn't giving me another reason to break out this theme. Back outside. Still back outside. Yeah, that's just absolutely messed up. Okay, no more spying. Ain't actual next topic. That was so fun. Thank you, Nate. We're already at the wholesome area. We're already at the wholesome areas to end up, and we have 2 topics left. And yes, we have 2 topics left. I'll put this back on. In case you're wondering, yeah, I had these on the thumbnail. But let's on that right now from here. I'll just put those on at the end. Now then. Let's actually end this on a wholesome note with these last 2 topics. So starting off, this ended up being heartbreaking, but at the same time pre-wholesome, because this reminded this father of a chapter he once had, and thankfully he's looking after it. And thankfully he's looking after his other kids for it. This game ended up bringing a taste of fatherhood towards a lot of people. All mine's legitimate crooks that thought something else instantly. But this actual father ended up having this moment. Pragmata's fans support a dad whose late daughter looked just like Diana here. Wow. Let's get to this right away. So father has gone viral after sharing the heartbreaking story of losing a star who looks and even acts a lot like Diana from Pragmata. And post how I'm missing my little girl. Rare user Real Duke explained that he tragically lost his star Mackenzie Aaron in 2009 aged just 8 years old. She had seizures in atrial tachycardia since she was 11 months old, which developed into supraventricular tachycardia when she turned 8, he wrote in the post. This led to a seizure when Mackenzie was outside playing and she died in the hospital 6 days later. With the help of his second daughter, Ella, the father later discovered gaming and explained that he often played Fortnite and Red Dead Redemption to unwind. And that's to ease his soul too. Can't blame him or the living daughter here. He then came across Capcom's new shooter Pragmata. The proper naming this time. Which revolves around a bond between lunar engineer Hugh and Diana, a state-of-the-art android who behaves exactly like a young girl. According to the OP, both he and Ella quickly noted the similarities between Diana and his late daughter. Yeah, that definitely hit them both like a ton of bricks. And I'll highlight here and actually read the post. I won't pull a clown thirst post here. This is it. All post is here. Missing my little girl. My baby girl Mackenzie Nuren passed away at the age of 8 years in January 2009. She's forever ring. This is in her picture above. I'm a 55-year-old gamer. Thanks to my daughter Ella, now 9. Ella took me into playing Fortnite in February 2024. It's 30 years since I gamed in high school and college. From Fortnite, Hogwarts Legacy, Red Dead Redemption, and its sequel, and others. Gaming has helped me get through a lot in life. I just getting lost away from reality even just for a little while. I haven't seen this game come across my feed ever since it was announced. I haven't seen a negative comment about it until now because I don't spend a lot of time reading things on social media. But you're a blessed man for that. Congratulations. And congratulations on not running into negativity. For that, I end up running into this game here. Maybe 20 minutes a day to scroll to react on my top newsfeed, or I don't give two sheets about what negative people think about it. Good, keep it that way. When watching videos of Pragmata, Ella said, "Daddy, she reminds me of pictures of Mackenzie. One of Diana's like Mackenzie." So I purchased the whole bone and we started playing it. Diana's very much like both my daughters. Maybe I got a little teary-eyed, maybe. I absolutely love this game, and at the time Ella spends me. Pragmata is therapeutic for my soul. Yeah, this was actually heartwarming. Yeah. This is actually shocking at the same time heartwarming beyond words. May she rest in peace. Real Duke 777, many thanks for this. Continuing on for this article. Pragmata's direct response to father's heartbreaking post. When I watched Pragmata, Ella said, "Dad, she reminds me of pictures of Mackenzie. One of Diana's like Mackenzie," the post reads. So I purchased a whole bundle and we start playing. Diana's very much like both my daughters. Sorry for the repeat. Because I explained what was while the experience of playing the game has been emotional, you also find it immensely helpful. The post quickly went viral, racking up to 8,000 upvotes on Reddit and more than 300 supportive comments, from other Pragmata fans. Game director Choni Wong-ki even responded to the story simply than writing on Twitter, "Thank you very much." Unquote. Yeah, that was definitely a heartbreaking deal, and at the same time a heartwarming deal. Due to the bond. I hope Real Duke 777 and his remaining daughter is well from this point on. It's amazing that hobbies can end up giving off moments like this. And it's truly amazing. And with this, we're on our final topic of the night. And don't worry, this is also wholesome. And stuff like this, I would like to say. And for the last one, stuff like this, I would like to say congratulations. Especially for setting a record here. Records of living the longest always warrants congratulations. something that's also a sad point, but at the same time. But at the same time, it is a good thing. I hope this next critter time serves well for much longer onward. Much more time to come. Although this is very old for the following species. With all this, let's jump on to this last one. So Herbie breaks record to becoming the oldest living rabbit. And from April the 22nd. Yes, congratulations to him. And as of this recording, from here, he's 15 years old, which is super old for rabbits. He's a great grandfather here. But still, congratulations. A plant called Herbie has been officially recognized as the oldest living rabbit in the world as of here. Melissa and Richard Dunham adopted the lionhead at 8 weeks old, but he is now taking the Guinness World Record at the age of 15 years and 246 days as of Wednesday. Herbie scooped up the record after reaching nearly twice the life expectancy of lionhead rabbits, which usually live between 7 and 10 years. And this guy lived to 15. Nice. Melissa from Torkin Surrey said, "He's an amazing little bunny. His spirit is strong as his determination, and for such a small chap, his personality is huge." Herbie been living in the pet shop before Melissa and Richard took him home, with the couple taking him as a mate from their female rabbit Flopsy. And after living with Flopsy for 10 years, he later bonded with female rabbits Tinks and Betty. No word if he started a family with him yet or not. No word if he started a family with him or not. Melissa said Herbie had a strong bond with Richard and loved to be chased when he was younger. And Herbie still has some ways to go before becoming the oldest rabbit ever, however, for a recording. The oldest rabbit ever recorded. This is the oldest rabbit living here. The oldest rabbit ever recorded was an Australian rabbit called Flopsy, reached 18 years and 10 months, as of here. Unquote. So Herbie and his family, congratulations to you. May you spend your time well. And on that note, that's everything. Yeah, on that note, that is everything. Yes, the sunglasses as promised. I'm shocked I barely wear these things. And that concludes the Walpurgisnacht special. Yeah, this is it being one of the times I bit off way more than I can chew there, but this was still worth it. Don't get me wrong. All hiccups and shenanigans aside. And I hope you guys actually enjoyed that too, despite the more infuriating parts there. They're discussing a 2-share, but still. But still, the wholesome parts actually outweighed everything else. With all that, this is actually the 49th Sanity check. The very next one is 50. The very next one is number 50. I hope I have enough time for some kind of compilation there. For best moments up to number 50. But yeah. And here's hoping to many more months of this ridiculous series. Especially as much as this channel's around. With all that, everyone, many thanks for everything. Thank you for watching this. For those that made this far, many thanks for doing so. And I hope this Walpurgisnacht celebration was well. The very next night is our weekly Stellar Blade. But right after the next night, I'm taking the spring break minus a Nikkei stream. Okay? Okay. Alright. So, as always, as per the Dark Ritual, please leave a like if you enjoyed, subscribe in case you want to see more. Definitely give me a follow on KitKat as well. But if you want to support me further, there are deputies in the description and the link tree. I'll put you in hard record videos, come up with some other cool stuff back somewhere else instead. I'm still figuring out that somewhere else. There's still the golden rooms of Flotsor and Discord there, but still. Oh yeah, and please ring your notification bells if you must, because yeah, the Subbots alone is just as rough as having the Dark Ritual absorbed by this bonfire here. Yeah, that would be pretty rough. But on that note, until next time, be seeing ya. I'm Felish for Walpurgisnacht. Many thanks. Alright, that was still excellent. Okay, bonus scene unlocked. Yeah, I have nobody to raid, but I have a bonus scene unlock here. Yeah, I definitely have a bonus scene unlock here. Yes, this one, assistant. I know I used that one used that one the last sanity check, but yeah. Fine, I'll use the other one at 50. Yeah, fine, I'm using the other one at 50, I'm using this one. And then we're out! Okay. Many thanks. I'm Felish for Walpurgisnacht. No, I can't read on YouTube's end, but I can always do this. Yes, I can always do this. Yeah, that's a huge gap. I'll move over here. Yeah, with all of that, okay, now I'm actually out of here. Many thanks.